We're gonna be playing these final parts of Phoenix Wright 2, and then after that, I don't know. What would be the next one? The next one. The next Phoenix Wright game. I'm playing all the Phoenix Wright games, and then we'll go into the Edgeworth's games. So thank you, M Shadows, Ash, Dog, Jenna, and Quantum Playbot for the retweets. I appreciate it. I don't know how have y'all been? I've been doing okay. My cat's been sick, so I'm kind of worried about my cat. She wasn't eating for an entire day, but she's starting to eat again, so that's good. She's still kind of huddling away in a dark corner just to stay away from everybody, but that's how cats get when they get sick. Other than that, hopefully she gets out of that huddling away mode. I think technically apologizes is part. Yes, it is. Playing all the Phoenix Wright games. I don't think I have anything else to mention, so we'll just go ahead and start. Okay. Do you guys hear that? It's really annoying me. Hold on. Okay, hopefully it goes away. Anyways. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright and Co. Law Offices.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't, because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yes, that's right, so...
Hey, you guys! I'm glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now.
It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal.
But we're kind of busy right now. So what are you gonna do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So what do you have do you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that. What I'm supposed to do. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here for at your place, pal.
Say what?
You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Unguy's innocent all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's place. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food?
That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? How horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Ungard? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all that day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie, per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Andworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Francesca von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning?
Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in a stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. And they should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting in the hospital.
Which one?
What, are you going to visit her, pal?
No, well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you actually got heart, don't ya? She looks like she has been tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go. Let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
No, I'm definitely not going.
Let's see. The name of the hospital. Right, the Hardy Clinic.
That name sends chills down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Dun, dun, dun. I want to go there, but... Can I show you anything?
So this is the nickel samurai that was Willie Miss Andrews, huh?
Yeah, this is either when she went to Mr. Ungard's room to get the knife, or when she was done with the foul deed. But I guess we'll never know.
Who would have thought that this knife was Mr. Ungard's used to eat his steak dinner with?
Go on.
That it would be stabbed into the victim's body by Miss Andrews of all people. I guess she just hated the victim that much, huh, pal?
The question is why she hated him to the extent, but rather why she tried to pin it on Mr. Angarde.
I wonder if she really hates Mr. Angar.
Let's move. Go to the Hottie Clinic. That guy's been standing there since last time. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place.
Yes. Are you here for a visit? A patient?
Hi. Wait a second. You're...
Yes, I'm Director Honey.
Why are you still here?
Yes. When I visit, can I help you? I can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie. Director Hottie. Edgeworth.
Yes, I'm Director Hardy. You're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it?
Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she is in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know that this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes. Her opponent was a gun after all. Then, when you sneak up on her real secret, like, she would scream real loud. Yes.
I see.
She's really cute too. When I do that, she whipped me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it.
Now go back to your room.
Oh, you're so mean, my Friska. But that's good. Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes.
And what are those tulips doing in your hand, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. The shooting. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But
It's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intention of running the trial this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us. No. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made.
I think I know what deal he's referring to. Ms. Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal?
You're denying it?
It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would have been over.
All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime?
What is my problem? Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. That isn't my problem. Whether she tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective: to find Ungardis guilty of murder. Blah, blah, blah. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means.
Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty.
And what does that have to do with me?
Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end.
And that still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all.
But you had to know she was.
Oh. I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me.
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in the argument. Edgeworth. Today's trial. What happened today in the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far?
But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural.
By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness! That card? Give it to me! Hurry! Do you have any idea what your stupidity yet inadvertently done? This? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
That card. What in the world is it?
You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. The special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it.
I understand.
The task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. And just as the name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that.
An assassin? So who is this Shelley the Killer?
The Killer is the name of the long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name.
So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them?
He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is part of his duty to his clients.
His duty?
If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his client.
I see.
The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience.
I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree?
Shelley the Killer, huh?
I noticed something out in the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter?
I guess I should just tell him. She's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal tomorrow. It's the only way.
Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client.
Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that.
I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for the clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparation for Maya's rescue. We'll meet again. If anything should happen, we'll meet again if anything should happen. Now if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin?
No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock.
I guess not.
Maya. Please. All I ask is that you make it home, safe and sound.
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to draw a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, well, let's try let's try the trick. Let's try the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, well, time to go. Time to go take a look around. What's this? It feels like a lot of glass bottles here. And these feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty.
Let's move. Let's move.
What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel room anymore. Are those videos over there? I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here.
Shouldn't you just transform to your sis right now so she can see the place? And be like, hey, take note of everything. And tell Phoenix. Also try to get out if you can.
What's weird? What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? Oh, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if there's some kind of puzzle or something. And there's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? I'm sure there are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now there's a power button? Chloe, it's busted. I would die so happy. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I got to see the Nickel Samurai on TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. I can't see very well in the darkness, but I think it doesn't seem like there's anything there.
What do you mean?
It's so dark in here, I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes, all of them. Just what kind of room is this? That's weird.
No, I went to the puppy dog hole.
That's weird.
Why? Clara crawled through the doggy port.
Oh hey, computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch is on this thing. God, there goes my plan to somehow and somehow to get out of here.
How would you use it to get out of there? It's a bear. It's a bear. It's a bear.
I can't see very well in the dark, so but it doesn't seem that anything's there.
TV. Antenna. Bleh. Alright, how about just the door?
Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. And there's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only it was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there.
Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
Yes?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin.
No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin?
People do not always... People are not always who they appear to be.
Mr. Nick?
Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about my situation.
Mr. Edwards has left. No?
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
Let's go to the detention center then.
I'm sorry, but our visiting hours are over for today.
Uh-huh.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the...
You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, here's a message for you.
A message?
It's from Matt Ungard. Here you are.
What do you write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what he has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden?
Hey, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Sue. So, I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry.
So, think you could drop by my house and feed you me? Dude, my house is just a little ways down the hotel, right?
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed this cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Client request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Feeding cats.
Alright, now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
Gosh.
You shall not pass!
Miss Oldback.
Don't dwell on my name and turn it into a glass, you spiky-headed pig-flounder. Because of you, I've been made into the bad guy again. Although I can get a piece of gun for begging, boy. Just as you promised to provide you with something that gives you a time to allow me about it. All your father, you're waking the best inside the old bag.
Miss Oldback.
Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in, and no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't you think you can get me to move with silly questions? You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of...
Edgy poo.
Is that her perfume pheromone d'Amour I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
It looks like she has a strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it.
That's something, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Oh. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with the handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today.
Why?
The police main investigation team is going to be there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So go in there. We send one word in there and you'll face the wrath of Wormy Owlbear.
Okay, Miss Oldbag. Can I check anything here? Cameras. Basically nothing. Alright. Let me check what I can and then we'll go check on the cat. I just passed the enemy. Hi, Aya. How are you? Good to see you. Guys, go follow Aya. She's playing this. Oh, she's playing the newest Phoenix Wright on her channel, and she has amazing cosplay when she does it, and she has really cool voices as well. Looks like we're the only ones here.
Yeah? The hotel seems to be busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. They haven't cleaned up at all. They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party is over. There's nothing new here. Let's move on. Beam, 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 beam. Hotel lobby. Hallway. You're sick at home. Oh no. I hope you feel better. My kitty's been sick, but she's getting better a little bit. I hope.
Hey, city boy!
Lotta, you're still here.
Wrecking cars! An investigation photographer eats and starves at her ability to snap a scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But do you have a camera?
Reckon given. Photographers gotta have cameras out here like corn to be a real pro, you know. So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding in the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Night of the murder.
I want to gosh dang it.
I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shout out the bucks for the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but...
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed by a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case.
Oh, that ditty I wrote?
Yeah. Can I believe what you've written?
You mean the stuff about unguarded shoving his manager later onto Corrida?
Yeah.
Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on the whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind.
Whenever it came to mind?
Yeah. When you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull-dooter. Bull-dooter.
Bull Dooter. Bull Dooter. Bull Dooter. There we go. Hey, what's with y'all? What's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red coat prosecutor anyway? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get my back my camera.
You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too there, little, keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
Don't you be picky about your food now.
Okay.
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
Okay.
And if you happen to find yourself a camera, would you please just leave already?
Rude. To rid his room. Is there an extra bear here? I feel like there's an extra bear here.
Mr. Nick!
What is that otherworldly ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts!
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon?
Excuse me? Who are you calling a demon brat?
Zoinks! Zoinks!
It's the alien!
Who are you calling an alien?
Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
Yeah. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time.
I talked about it plenty. We had the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with the embellic look on her face.
With an embellic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, alright.
Now I've seen everything.
But I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So, it's not like I had time to waste standing around here here the whole night.
Memories of Corrida. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book.
Gross.
But I heard that he was lagging behind the polls against Mr. On Guard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at the amount of presents. It's a show of the amount of the feelings all his fans have for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Presents.
All of the Mr. Creator's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one creature without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? Well, when my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. She refused to give in and let the little bear win. But after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, that's a heartwarming story.
But look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I see those two tuckered out down by the river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, Bob, you too.
Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, Bob.
What a load of crock.
So, ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears.
I don't remember that bear.
Oh, there's lots of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. Pretty overwhelming. Yeah, we've already read all that.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, we've already read all that. I don't think there's anything new here. Yeah, let's get going. So why'd you lie about this?
I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you.
She's climbing up like the old clam she is.
Please, anything would help. Be helpful.
Well, then how about I tell you my measurements?
No, that's okay, really.
She really doesn't like to, does it, she, Nick?
I know. Oops. Viola Hall. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's go to... the living room. Sure is dark.
Don't go turn on the light.
Wow, so this is what Star's house looked like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo!
I guess this is Shu.
Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo.
And the cat seems to like pearls.
Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister?
Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer.
The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright.
But yes.
And it's a pleasure to meet you. You're wonderful. It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Nice to meet you. Have you not been feeding the cat? You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would say maybe about 1 year.
And anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself in his favor.
You know, I would have thought Mr. Ungard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got there.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shrew.
And anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of his family cat.
Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap anymore.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
So young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law.
But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of a house and all.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always so who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Meow. Kitty. There's a small door in the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's there for Ungard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air.
That bicycle pearls is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. giant cooking hearth here.
It's actually a fireplace.
Oh, how are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come to visit Fame Manor then. I'll show you when you do.
I'm always confused as to how they can read my mind. This is a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if its famous star drops by and sits around and to have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh. What is it with me with feeling inferior today? Anything else? I don't think so.
Ah, there's masks there.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to it is the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of old Tokyo.
Oh, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Dick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry, that I know more about the show than a kid. I don't know what to do. Where do I go?
Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial.
Hey, hurry up with that. Will you pass the victim list around? You gotta be kidding me. There's over 100 people here.
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Narn really the big and man of the criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case.
You, huh? It's kinda cute. Mr. Nick, is this stuffed animal? What's this stuffed animal's name?
That's a blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. In the precinct, a mascot, you know?
Wow.
I'll get him a signed mascot on every police station if it's the last thing I do.
I hope you succeed in your mission, sir.
There's nothing around here. Bing, 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 bing. Did I get anything yet? What do you know about this card? Oh yeah, what do you know about this card?
Card.
Edward, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card.
Hey, I know what this is, pal.
You do?
No matter how what you say, it looks like. I'd say it looks like a picture of a shell.
That's it?
Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edward really likes these cooked snail things. But they're called, what are they called again? It's called got or something like that.
Mr. Nick, I think we should solve the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right?
As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. Beep, 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 beep. present that here. Nobody here.
But I'm Uncle Bear.
Wait.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off, saying it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m.? That's the time when the ceremony ended last night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe that it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The trans receiver.
Hello? Hello?
This is not a phone.
Maya, how is Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you?
It seems you would have not been able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get the not guilty verdict for sure this time, please.
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all.
Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right.
Alright. Then a little.
What is this all static all of a sudden?
Hello? Hello?
Seems bad. His. Connect.
Damn it. Did the trans receiver just suddenly break?
Excuse me.
What happened?
They don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Why did the trans receiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Who's an electronics expert? Do we even have an electronics expert? This trans receiver. Whenever we're in this room, it starts acting and hissing static at us.
I wonder if there is someone who can talk about this.
Do you know anything about Miss Electronics, Miss Oldbag? No, you don't. We don't know anything. How about I tell you my measurements? No thanks. You look flat anyway.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice, thanks.
The rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry, I went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat.
Whoops, it looks like you don't have a can opener, pal.
You've gotta be kidding. And here I thought he already whipped something up.
Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. How about, do you know anything about electronics? Gumshoe? The transceiver.
The transceiver.
Hold on, wait. Oh, dang it. Mr. Calabazo, thank you for the host. Appreciate it.
What thing?
Oh yeah, that's the thing that all broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was an electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference? Can I ask you about this again?
The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about the thing.
What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just suddenly up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference? What do you know about electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when the cell phone goes off next to the computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting kind of funny, right?
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes! The TV does that! Oh! So that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy to be able to understand this.
So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, that's gotta be something there that's sending out the very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something.
Ah,
Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Carino's room. The scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get my bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal?
Well, wait, Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers itching to go. Yeah!
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go.
Anything to do in Hottie Clinic? No? Okay. Let's go. Let's go to the hotel, I guess.
Beep, 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 beep.
Hey, you're finally here, pal.
This is sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have the bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. And then suddenly, I'm staring at the policing doors. From the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get the police bug sweeper.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
No. So this is a bug sweeper?
It looks a little broken.
Hey, this is what was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, by who?
Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Heart and soul?
It works, trust me, pal. It'll do just the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to be if anything gives off electromagnetic waves.
What is it? It's better that way?
Well, anyway, since I bought it, all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right? Hey, pal.
I'm getting a sinking feeling again.
Okay, now, I'll tell you how to use this baby. Here's a listening device for some sort of hidden bug in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right, now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, touch the sweeper to take a real good look around the place, in the room with it, pal. But now, see how strong the wave waves are in the area by looking at the check gauge. Once you find something giving off strong waves, the gauge will charge. And when that happens, touch the gauge to really give the thing a long, hard stare. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's make a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal?
Oh, okay. Found it. Lamp, check. Listening device, no.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
They're all on. You should do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah, I'll be more conscious of that from now on, sorry. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Well, the phone is the most common place for listening devices, I'd say, but let's take the receiver apart before we get ahead of ourselves.
Ah, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to talking to them apart. Taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part to Gumshoe.
So, is the listening device in there?
No. I really thought I had to be in the phone, too.
Doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves here, Mr. Nick. Keep it careful. Oh yeah, help the gauge. And then try again.
The sweeper isn't exactly the best. We'll make do with what we have, alright? Right?
This is the giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I have ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. But the spare's eyes.
Well, let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act.
Oof.
That's...
It's a miniature camera. It looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
What emitter?
The transmitter, pal.
Oh, it's more of that high-tech stuff.
The camera. So this tiny thing is a camera?
Yup, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems.
So it's a video camera.
It runs on the battery, which comes with it in a set.
But there's no evident videotape in this camera.
This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else, pal.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed to radio waves, and then it's sent to the recorder.
Oh, it's kind of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right.
So what is the transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage of the camera to the specific destination. if you like a video version of a listening device, pal.
And it looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn on the camera and record the certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep. Now let's see, this looks like it's set to start at 8 p.m. and go on for 1 hour.
8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe.
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape.
What?
But if you think about it, the angle of the bell is that it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
What a twist. Stuffed bear.
So this there was a camera in the bear's eye?
And it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave it to Mr. Kurita, this present?
But I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who this person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way of finding out.
So there really is no way to find out?
I got it!
But what?
Hey, pal, let me borrow the mini camera for a bit.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to go around to the towing shop and see if you can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. No, yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
He's gone.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mr. Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage... It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now.
Edgeworth, what are you doing here?
A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time.
I see. Thanks.
Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So this was a spy... There was a spy camera inside the stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
No idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very luxurious, expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here.
But what?
The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. by tracking it, how it got into this country. This bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can you really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it to in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do.
Why does that sound so loud? Like, unusually loud.
See you soon, right?
Wait!
What?
Why are you doing this?
I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida?
The real killer.
Do you really think it was Adrian Andrews?
To be honest, I don't know anymore.
You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth.
Juan Corrida's real killer. Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Ungar. And this card showed the killer.
The only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth.
To be continued, yeah!
Chat, it's that time again. We're gonna take a break. Thank you guys for joining me today. If you haven't already, please consider retweeting the stream with that link right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But we are gonna be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes. I appreciate all of you being here. Be right back with more Phoenix Wright. Justice for all. I always get the order wrong. Ace Attorney. Alright guys, we're back. Thank you everybody who tweeted out the stream, I appreciate it very much. If you haven't, just click !RT, it'll give you the link and you can continue on your way. Just click and go, and that's all you have to do. Always helps very much. We're gonna start the last day of the trial, I believe. So. Or investigation. Last day of investigation.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Actorth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professional, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
The killer. So the real person who killed Mr. Cordita was...
The assassin. Mr. Shelley, the killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the scene of the crime to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
I mean, who asked for the killer?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin?
Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab a knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client? No, it can't be.
Met on guard himself?
Mr. Ungard really did hire the assassin.
Then he did not... Then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked to him...
Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright. Just say where Claire did. But I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? I didn't see any psychologs at the time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something about Miss Andrews said in the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls?
Juan had bet everything on the German Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Mark was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands and a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career if it had been revealed.
Is there a guard secret? What is the secret?
I don't know yet, but for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Angard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Angard. There's no other way around it now.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Dick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already, but we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Angard, and Miss Andrews' real intention. These are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Hey, wait!
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like, just how I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made?
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Magipoo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Bug sweeper.
This is absolutely top secret, so you had to better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy in the camera in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. It was one to catch poor Juan, in the middle of the scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
I mean, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason of getting close to Mr. Krieger.
Now that you know in another secret, young'un, I know who planted the spy camera. It was that obnoxious puppy-head photography girl. The nerve of some people spying on people by herself, as if he wouldn't want to see it for myself too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's up to nothing good.
But I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and the manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed the manager with open arms, I heard.
The manager? What are you talking about?
You don't know? The manager was the one Juan had. That old shame. That's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax, Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl.
She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Miss Ocarina?
Ah, really young. You young kids today don't know anything, do you? The girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... It's not suicide.
Miss Impax wanted to kill herself. She was going to get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away. You see, by Juan.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? We promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled the marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazine, unfortunately.
I see.
That night after Juan called off the wedding, the manager of Celeste killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Guess I'm getting out. On that night, there must have been at least 100 people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. In my office.
Doesn't look like Mr. Scrappy Detective is here.
Well, he's out with the camera asking around in electronic stores.
I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
It looks like Pearls really appreciates the and what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Look, Mr. Gray,
Yes?
where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before.
Oh, I guess I have to give up making the salad then.
I guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to have a chance to speak with Mr. On Guard tonight.
But isn't that how we have asked? What if we have to ask something very important?
Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're the On Guard's loyal, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found a person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On Guard case? We're taking the witness statement right now. We're gonna hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnappers, demands, and now this, I can't see any way around to win here.
Oh, yeah! Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something.
He did.
Even though visiting hours are long over the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission so that you can go.
What?
I've already called in to let them know. Go on and talk to your heart's content.
Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Unguard and Miss Andrews are in the detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Miss Andrews.
Oh, it's you.
I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight.
Me? I thought your client was Matt.
I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Unguard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Unguard, if you don't mind.
Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean.
You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Unguard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival?
That's nothing to do. In this case, nothing.
About Miss Celeste Intax.
I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it.
You wanted to burn it? But why?
I didn't want it to spread like another piece of gossip. But I never had any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid.
The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Unguard?
That's simple because he's the killer. That's why. Isn't it a duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they figured it out, right?
Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews?
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did.
Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
A Cyclops, huh?
Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. What do I need to present to you?
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder?
I already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard.
Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So you are saying that I'm taking my revenge out on Matt? And why is that? And what an absurd idea. I don't have anything to want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people.
There's something in someone. There is something or someone in her path.
There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge?
Celeste?
Celeste.
There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt?
You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide.
Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt?
I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I don't think I can.
Shock from Celeste impacts a suicide. Suicide was hidden. No, I don't think I can. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Tell me what you know about this card.
It was near Juan's dead body. I noticed it when I went to fill the glass. And then when I realized that Juan was dead, I completely panicked. That's when I must have unconsciously picked up this card up and put it in my pocket. As for why, I simply don't know.
Talk about. Now, whose story do I want to hear?
Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me out of the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you.
I hope so too.
Andrew just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Carrera was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard.
What's wrong?
Mr. Ungard, there is something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self.
Matt's secret.
about the press conference.
You mean the one where Han was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai?
Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews.
It looks like somehow Horn had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? Ding. Wow. I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops.
You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude?
Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship?
Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Like, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life.
Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him.
Celeste?
Does that jog any memories?
Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. Yeah, for some pizza, my treat.
Mr. Nick, what is pizza? Is it like a giant pea? Like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay?
Ah, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop.
That's too bad.
Well, how about we get our minds off the topic and talk about something else, okay?
Mr. Ungar, you're connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way.
Let's see, what do I need for you? Now, let's hear what this secret is of yours. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about Han, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Han any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially that night. What even makes you think that, Mr. Wright? I don't think I have enough evidence yet. Don't. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me.
Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me.
Mr. Powers.
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and it was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you were under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Oh.
They said my face and whole self is in general looks suspicious or something.
Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
Testimony tomorrow. About this testimony you're giving, what about you? What are you going to talk about?
I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, or especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me.
You got it.
Mr. Nick, Miss Maya and myself are the only two allies in this whole world. But it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him?
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? Sorry, had to close the door. Let's skip this real quick. Gossip.
I see. I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you a part of that dazzling, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip around a lot of the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Mr. Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Miss Impacts?
We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about the mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
He's Blanca.
Hey, so, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today, but there wasn't any actual proof that she had left the note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written in that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Garita?
Why would you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man.
A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide a suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything.
What? Hello?
No, they hung up.
Mr. Nick, your phone!
Hey, that's the Seal Samurai theme song, isn't it?
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
Yeah, I know.
Hello?
We're in trouble now, pal. No, I'll be back at the office real soon.
But what's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edwards, he...
Edgeworth?
Anyway, hurry back and get back to the office, pal. They don't know what's going on anymore, so it's no good.
Hello? You got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said that we need to go back to the office right away. Then
Then we should hurry back!
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about, Nick? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together!
Maybe it'll be good news.
Somehow, I doubt that.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edwards couldn't stick around forever. He had to go.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who's bought the spy camera.
This quickly?
And this bear is what gave him away, pal.
The bear.
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should be looking into the bear instead of the camera.
I wasn't gonna guess your head, right?
Shh, Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought just one of these bears who is related to this crime.
Who is it? Who could be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Matt on guard.
Huh?
Matt on guard, your client. That's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Stuffed bear. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought the bear, this bear, was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's the exact match for the price on the stuffed bear.
A receipt, and that's all you have?
Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Edgeworth's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself.
My sight is failing on me. This can't be. So, what about the spy camera we found?
That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you to file away into evidence.
Transmitter and stuffed bear.
I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carriza's room was Matt Ungard.
But why? Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carriza in one of their rendezvous.
I bet is not good enough for me.
I have to know about the absolute truth behind this camera.
I have to know about the absolute truth behind this camera. Sorry, my voice gets like that sometimes.
Now, are you going to see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean?
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself. But I have to find a good face for Pearls. Man on guard, what in the world have you done? Okay, detention center, hotel lobby, detention center. You're working real late. You're working real late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Didn't you know that ignorance is bliss? But you really want to know, let's talk. Take that. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Han, okay? Mr. Wright, I can't keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Han any attention. But did that whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Someone used his camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder.
Secretly film? What?
And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. That's an awkward sentence.
Wow, but dude, where was this camera when you're talking about hidden?
The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
I guess one had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
You sure did? Who else could it be from?
The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... yourself.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Ungard? What?
Hold on a sec, let me ask my manager. She says that I can't have any friends with, like, someone like you. Go home. If you don't go away, I'm gonna call the police on you.
That's strange. I thought the answer was right there in front of me.
Actually, I wouldn't say this present is from a fan.
You sure about that, dude? Who else could it be from?
The person who gave this bear to Miss Kurita is you. Alright, is you.
Take that!
Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude.
Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
What else did the bear tell you?
He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard.
If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on. This is all just a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg.
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet.
Well, do you have any proof? You want to show me first?
Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear.
Now I point out the receipt.
Take that!
I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ungard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear.
Dude, all I can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I'd go to the department store all the time, okay? This $3,800. This could be a toothbrush I bought from that one time.
$3,800 toothbrush.
It's ivory.
And it's got elephant hair for the bristles. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're a lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set up a camera yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know because I must. The reason you hid this camera from in Mr. Corrida's room and film it in secret is because this Shelly. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. But why would I know a shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt on guard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer is Mr. the Killer. It's because you're a hero of justice. You're his client. You're a star. You're his client. Since you're the one who set up the camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen that night. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you were his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on guard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. But Mr. On guard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for... I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer dude. No. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So you are Shelly the Killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is the one is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's your lie. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let the grown-ups talk more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera in?
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
He knew about Miss Andrews' secret.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins.
What?
Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their head. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why.
Yes, and that's where the video comes in. You got his face and the crime scene recorded on preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. And the video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough for an answer for you, little girl.
Why would you kill Mr. Kurita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Ingard's secret would have...
Well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Kurita and the dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things that they used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and I forget. Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off. For me, Matt on guard. Oh, didn't that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked you if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer. Guy, Wright. All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Krida!
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer, after all, aren't you? You could always drop the case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be one thing that you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya.
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel!
If I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this!
That's such a cliche phrase. One did something like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya, what am I supposed to do? Now you finally found it. You finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid hot atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy?
No. We can't do that.
That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right? Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that's why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called? A lawyer? What can you do as one? You can find the answer. You must find it on your own. Matt on guard. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer? Man on guard. That means that man is really a... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is that where the lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought on for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the very bottom of my heart. But if I were to get an unguarded acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought it would save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do! Right? Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human. You and I. You want to save someone? That something's easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You're the defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight, and that's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Francesca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict. For a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francesca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the errors of my ways. I realized that things such as perfect records were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith. You will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the trans receiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ungard's sake? Why are you doing this for a cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand. He is my client. Don't toy with me! A man who hires an assassin is just as much as a killer himself. I believe you're asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure no suspicion falls upon my clients or my handiwork. And that is what I call client relations. and it is a part of one assassin's duty.
An assassin's duty? Gross.
We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before. However,
You did, but
my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer.
you're Shelly the Killer?
Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain,
Maya.
it would be my duty as an assassin to see it she receives a nice long nap. Now, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Meow.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission. Huh? Oh, that? It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat, can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding my hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head over to Unguard's mansion immediately.
All right, I'll head over as well then.
Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah!
Too bad you can't go directly over there.
Maya!
Please answer us! Mystic Maya!
We have the area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and Unguard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there's a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
The bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corrida? Why would someone like this be here? Why would something like this be here?
Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
I'm sure that's for sure.
Do you think that this came through that little door?
This door, it's locked.
Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Slam. Slam. Crash. There's no one here.
From the look at this room, I would say this is Unguard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright.
an antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we were looking for and escaped with it. The VCR, the antenna, the footage of the spy's camera at the scene of the crime. It was beamed here and recorded.
If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
The huge television and speaker looming largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say,
I would die. I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the nickel samurai on TV like this.
yeah, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, of all things considered. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit here.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick.
Can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Okay, On Guard has all his own shows. It's On Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. Really? That's it. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on here.
I wouldn't sit on the table to begin with, Mr. Nick.
We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. But where's Shu? I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you as her pillar. Yeah, you're right. Close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Is it Max? You mean?
Yes, Miss Carita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Max be here in Mr. Ngard's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, Pearls?
Please, let me see the picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get On Guard a guilty sentence. Okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I'll have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch for the helpless lug. That's it for now. Nick, I guess I'm going now. Bye.
Music Maya!
Right? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? No, I'm nothing. We searched the house. And this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. And what is that? This message. And what is that? Miss Andrews' sidewalk. If I could just find out what secret she's hiding, then I think I can stand a chance in court tomorrow. To pull this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock.
Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill.
Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock.
Psych lock?
I want to know, and you will tell me your secret.
Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder?
I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So what are you saying? I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? And what an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Celeste?
There's only one catalyst that could cause such a strong feeling and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. Must have left the real impact on her.
But what are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was Juan. And what does all this have to do with Matt?
You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide.
You can explain the relation between Celeste and Matt?
They were affair lovers. But he was a player. She was a girl, he was a boy, and something to done.
This is a photo of Miss Inpax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Inpax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? Yeah, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yes, yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Why frame him? Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that didn't work out.
Because Mr. Krita didn't want to get married with her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Ungard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager for a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why "With Love, Celeste" is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to World Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about the relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened.
Then why did Mr. Krita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals.
Matt even waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Inpax.
That's when the end of it. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note she left the detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And would it be especially damaging for his refreshing, like a spring breeze image? In any case,
With his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan didn't wanted to publicly disclose the contents of the suicide note. At that time would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I knew about it because I heard it from Juan. It was all I could find out about this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. There's quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I had thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I frantically searched for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So, when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking to me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation. Or with what I know now. To be continued. Chat, it's break time. And as usual, during this break, I do implore everybody to share the stream. If you're enjoying it in any single way, even just a little bit, you can show me that you appreciate the stream just by clicking that and simply clicking retweet. That is the easiest way to show appreciation in the stream at this very moment. Thank you guys for being here. We'll be right back with more Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All.
Okay, guys. We're back with the final day of the trial. Or, yeah, should be the final part of the trial. Again, just a quick reminder, quick apology. If I don't talk to you during doing all this is because, well, it's pretty hard to talk and read, and then also read chat, and then take the moment out of the scene and stuff if I pay attention to chat too much and all that. And yeah. So hopefully you enjoy it without too much interaction from me, but I do try to read what you guys are saying anyways, but you know. Let's go ahead and continue. How to get into this mess?
That's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer's innocence. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look well, dude. You're gonna prove that you're not guilty today, right?
If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me, your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Listen up. You better not get unguarded a guilty. You better get unguarded a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag, not guilty, I'm never gonna forgive you ever.
Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix? Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't.
No, that's not the voice.
I don't know. I don't know.
There we go.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know! Gosh dang it.
Hi! Hi!
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia. What happens and what am I supposed to do?
Well, it's like I said. For a lawyer to trust for a lawyer, the worst of times
know when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. That cursed and guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Really sorry. Where are you?
They let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing the killer, pal.
Then what sort of... What, you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not giving up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything to find the killer. If we can't get Maya out, then you can get unguarded the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So you have to take whatever... You have to do whatever it takes to make the trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer?
If you go to Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give you all we've got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never you'll never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah. It looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make this trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it.
Now, court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungardy.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would, please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungarn, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is there that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
An assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. As the person who hired the assassin, his client is, so to speak, is Matt on guard.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would think it completely commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah.
Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much.
Sorry, Will, but I'm just kind of nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Angard's room.
Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Angard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in for another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, right? But for us to find out more, we're going to have to charge in hand first, right?
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room.
The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright,
What is it?
you You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns to be a bad guy.
Every time? Witness? I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry.
So, you went to the defendant's room, and then?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here?
Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in the steel samurai costume.
Are you sure that was man on guard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy.
At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was a bellboyish. He was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why is that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
I'm sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one.
I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted some congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? But that's perfectly normal, a normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them?
Not any more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night, so I couldn't make them wait for me.
So, who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
After the award ceremony, I went to see Matt's room by myself. He was standing in front, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me, so I couldn't have them wait. Watched them the two for a while, but then I gave up and went back. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. Matt was standing there in front of the room, still in his nickel samurai costume. After the award ceremony, went to myself. Defendant's room. What's wrong? Mr. Wright, you're gonna pin me as the killer. And I was standing there in front of his room, still in the samurai costume. I sure was Matt on guard. I'm pretty sure there's no way I was mistaken. At first, what do you mean by that? Am I supposed to, hey, wait a second.
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about giving the tip-giving incident itself?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor?
this bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. They was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of these his shocking moments I should ask about. The bellboy's face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps.
Ahem. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court.
No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face was a line of stitches.
A line of stitches?
Yeah, and it went straight from the tippity top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like it was a thread snap. All the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
He was there, at guard's house. He was the butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Guard was talking to the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Guard would be declared guilty in a blink.
Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything.
Yes, Chief.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
What did you say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
Have to press the other one now. Got his tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't he?
The very fat roll of cash that can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. I don't know what to do. Because obviously we need to try to last as long as possible, but... White and raise an objection. Objection! The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typically fair for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive a large roll of cash by simply bringing people things on tray, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash, for all my hard work.
So, supposing the roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then the bellboy, the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the killer left on the scene of the crime.
Shelley, the killer.
He is the person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer.
Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
Nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw the bellboy again later that night.
What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir, right away. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy didn't seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean,
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, and then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if the bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter.
this time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom.
And what time was that?
Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of?
Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room.
The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place.
So what exactly was out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's about to say next.
The bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange, wouldn't you?
I agree. That is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one?
There's nothing strange or unusual about the empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't.
Objection!
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplemented with this new one.
Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well. This court recognizes the grounds, the prosecutor's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for the bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed.
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yep, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think
we would dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof? Huh? Sounds like another job for the court records.
Yeah, so it had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it.
Please don't be so quick to judge.
Well, but it's kind of the Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and assassin both are sneaky and silent.
It's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if the bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us.
But he really is the assassin, you know?
Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial, for as long as possible. You're going to have to pull some cheap trick on this one.
Some cheap trick. This time I was able... I thought it was kind of strange that the bellboy came out of his guest room empty-handed. Now why would this be strange? For the bellboy to come out empty-handed. Empty-handed. Down next to the victim, filled with tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. Shape, figurine, many thin cuts. Spy camera was set in right eye of the victim's room. Changes of foot in seconds. Spy camera radio waves. Set to record at 8 p.m. to 1 hour. Time of the murder. Place next to the victim. The time of the murder. Miss Andrews is carrying it. Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder. Unheard his murder. Found next to the victim is filled tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. I'm gonna press everything. Now it mixes with the in-game screen. Hey, lead-in, Rye. Glad you enjoy it. And Glenn Ty, how are you? It's good to see you. Glad you're enjoying it as well. There's the same bellboy. We see the stitches. And of course, it's a behind Corrida. In the victim's room. Can help. Continue. So you're saying that it's suspicious of him to be empty-handed. Holding juice. Something with the juice? Something with the juice. We'll probably have to look at that again. Another series, yeah, the series is pretty great. Series pretty great. He has to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. MGS is my favorite game ever. At least Kojima MGS's. Thanks for the follow. Lead and Rye. Appreciate it. Welcome to Lazy Crew. Feel free to do as the lazies do. Let's see. thought it was kind of strange for the bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious of him to be empty-handed. Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, he's a bellboy. He was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. And juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure... Okay, then... If he was empty-handed because he was leaving some juice and wine in there. Why is that strange? So...
Objection!
Okay, let me try that with more conviction.
Objection!
No, okay.
Your Honor, that statement contradicts the evidence. It does. I don't see anything contradictory.
Huh? Really?
Objection denied. Try to think before your accusation, Mr. Wright.
Oops. That didn't go so well. So, if it's not that, then what else could it be? What else? I would say that his time of death is around 8:15, but... I don't know. It's not that. Then what? I thought it was kind of strange for the bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. It's all important. Spy camera's found in the right eye. Changes. Could it be that we have recording so we can check? He had the thing, room service, then would leave the thing, correct? And then it's right here. So yeah, room service came in and left that empty-handed. Yeah, that makes sense. That is, you think it's strange, but that's what room service does. They bring the thing to the thing thingamajig, and you know. So,
Objection!
Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious? He got all those stitches and...
So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseball balls are suspicious because they have stitches?
Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene.
there is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table on the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with the bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
But can you prove that Corita was already dead at the time?
Mr. Edworth,
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is it with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
The bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, you have to focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather?
What that man? He received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was even seen leaving the crime scene wearing a black leather glove. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we'd finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more.
Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. I went number 2 if you want to know.
So the bellboy, after leaving the scene of the crime, next went into the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that.
Hold it!
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door on the bathroom with my left eye. In a sort of sneaky spy-like.
I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all we care to know. He
gave something to the person inside the room.
I said, hold it!
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time.
Ask about the person inside? Yeah. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only saw an arm?
Then what you're saying, you didn't see the person's face. Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face.
Yeah.
Well, it was Mr. Angard's room, correct? So, it could only have been Mr. Angard himself, I'd say.
And then what did the bellboy do after that?
So after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room.
Hold on, before we press that, let's press this again.
I said hold it. Elaborate on what you just said. Ask about this something. He gave something to this person.
Yeah?
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I?
This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small.
I think that I would like to summarize the testimony up until this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, the defendant went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the scene of the crime was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was... No.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
A statue?
Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I would probably remember, you know.
Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him.
going to have to trust you. You're going to have to trust your instincts on this one, and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
Then the old guy just left without even going into the room.
Where did the bellboy go after you left Mr. Engard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do.
After that, I went to the bathroom and went back to my seat. Number 2, if you wanted to know.
Did you see anything suspicious or just out of the ordinary at the time?
Oh yeah, I saw one thing.
What? He saw something else?
There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget all about that, the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as the first.
It was a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder for us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation. Alright, I think I need to present the bear to that something.
If I saw it again.
But do I really have to? A wooden-shaped figurine and covered in many thin cuts. Alright. Then I'm going to say... Objection! Objection. Gosh dang it. I can't do it at the same time. I wanted to do the cool thing, but it's not gonna work. Oh well. Objection! Objection? There we go. What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that object come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers. The something you saw. What was it? This item?
Oh, hey! That's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this in Matt God's mansion.
The defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Corrida's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client.
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, this is most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. Well, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something that we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
There are still a few points left that have not been fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. Well, all right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
Pounds' testimony, the person who received the bear itself. Maybe. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright.
This was found in Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh.
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to the mansion, his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There is no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. The butler. All this time was the killer. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard's mansion as its butler.
What? What a bold move!
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard's mansion by the killer himself. But why? When it looked like he was about to get arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try and find something else.
What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to?
I plan to expose a clearly shaken place in Mr. Prowers' testimony.
What? There's still another one?
There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull?
Well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
Prowers' testimony. The person who received the bear. I guess the person who received the bear or Prowers' testimony.
No, Prowser's testimony, I guess.
Mr. Prowser's testimony, of course.
I know that my testimony is kind of shaky, but...
Your identity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. You have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this is calling the testimony questionable. I'd say it's your head that is questionable here.
He just said that he wanted... Fine game.
Yes, I agree. The cross-examination went smoothly, and there was nothing wrong with the testimony. Now then, I believe...
But please, wait.
You are being very persistent today.
Because I can't let it end like this. I know my outburst just now was a little questionable. Questionable indeed. But... there really are some questionable points left to discuss, Your Honor. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable points would you like to explore further?
Person receiving the bear.
There was one thing that Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of...
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What? What?
Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm, it was Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it.
You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
Order! Order! It looks like you dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai? And as we all know, Matt on guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know that this bear's figurine was at the defense mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in the room.
Actually, we don't know because it could have been... It could have been just, what's her face? Adrian Andrews in the Nickel Samurai costume, like taking it, so we don't actually know who did it, Your Honor. Just the thought. Maybe you might want to, look that over.
Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out like this way. After all, what Androids has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, what do I do? What should I do?
Like, I don't have a choice. I still need to continue on. I have to raise an objection. Because I have to have to wait for Maya's verdict.
I will now.
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only way I have left is one dirty trick.
Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Ungard's mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer?
I don't want to put this on her, but it's the only person that we can blame.
Agent Andrews?
Yes. We already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime by wearing the spare nickel samurai costume.
Then the Nickel Samurai's arm that we saw.
That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. Ungard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure in Mr. Ungard's mansion.
It was all a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic, besides which there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount the possibility either.
What is with this trial?
What do you mean? You come to the guard and did it.
I can't believe this trial would go this far to spin the guilt on someone else.
Yeah, believe it. Unbelievable. There's nothing petty in this murder. This thing.
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order! Order! All disrupted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it was strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to Ungard right away.
Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon the witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a 10-minute recess.
Hey, hey, Sarah. Harase. I'm just gonna say Sarah. How are you? Good to see you.
Well then, the court will. The court.
Why? Why am I tripping over what I just said?
Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls, where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power? A really strong power.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found on something to latch onto.
That's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but
What? We don't have any more time.
if we just had one, even a single clue where it would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I was thinking to myself, I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent?
I can see a circus tent.
I could see a circus tent.
Mia! I could see a circus tent. A tent. I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looked like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away?
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! Is there a circus tent? Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus.
Maya's somewhere within 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle around the map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And?
I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside.
Gumshoe! There was also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but that was
a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. I felt like it was an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I had an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, we're hanging in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Well, look, looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
You're gonna go biking, Sarah? Nice. I haven't been biking in a while either. I used to bike every day because I had to. But that's a different story.
Courties will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstructing. And obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very well, very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
What have you have seen it before?
That's right, it's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
All right.
Why does she...
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At the center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell from... You really can't tell it's just a small jewelry box from just looking at it.
So this figurine is a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something into that bear after all.
The bear figurine.
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle.
A puzzle?
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would have never guessed that this was a puzzle.
So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time.
So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and the legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is interesting. Yay.
Boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead, carry on.
I think he's lost it.
So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
At the center of the small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item.
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from a friend, and when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this is a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be a perfect for Juan.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue your testimony.
Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear.
So who exactly knew to solve this puzzle? How to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there aren't that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Angard didn't know, right?
I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now.
Well, Mr. Wright?
That kind of implicates her, doesn't it?
The wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Corita and Andrews knows how to open it.
I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come of it. There's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness.
Yes?
You're the only one who can open this. Please.
There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now, as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart.
I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess what. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note.
The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
The warder! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. Then I discovered his body. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going as Mr. Edwards' pace. Everything's going at Mr. Edwards' pace. So, now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of the note had be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loudly and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all.
And that's all Miss Impax had to say.
There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
But unguarded values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. which is why he had to stop this note from being made public at any cost. It was in Guard's fault. The woman killed herself. And then this time, it was even the farthest killing to someone revealing that.
How terrible.
What a selfish person.
I guess the Steinball lawyer's the one who's the Finn creeps too.
There is no room for doubt here. Mr. De Killer's client goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix?
Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry it on and buy him some more time. Okay, so there's two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hands. The gavel is already in the judge's hands. Phoenix, hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? The figurine has slashes on it, correct? And the suicide note... What's suspicious about the suicide note? Suicide note. Found inside the figurine, it tells on guard's horrible misdeeds. How do we know that's real? That could be anybody's writing. That could be fake. That Adrian Andrews could have easily written that herself. So the note.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, that lawyer.
He's still going at it?
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ungard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Matt Ungard would not have known what... I say that Matt Ungard would not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Also, it might have been planted by Adrian Andrews.
Exactly, but I didn't think of it that way. And I thought it was rather... Exactly, but I did think of it that way. And I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order! 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 You make a valid point, Miss Wright. Miss Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes different. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
1 second, my cat wants out. Sorry about that. My cat's been really sick and she really wanted it out, so I wanted to make sure that if she wanted it out, that she got out.
What is that?
It is a very small camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Men on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rivals. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard.
Order! Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of. Is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have a camera that was in the stuffed bear's eyes. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Mr. Unguarded, his fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place. Huh. What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, what was that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, what's a man in Patmos, bad killer?
Shh. Stop. Don't look at him.
He was just sweating nasty. Ew, nasty.
Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There is a piece of evidence that he should really investigate. Something he should investigate? I really hate to see this old prosecutor get scolded. for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Yeah, why are you speaking riddles, Mia? Just tell me!
All right, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that I still need to look at? Or should I let it go?
I have no idea, but I have evidence, Your Honor! I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I have ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You are beginning to sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Are we still blaming... The wooden puzzle is hollow inside. Mr. Credit Andrews knows how to open it. Found inside the figurine. Horrible deeds. No, not the radio transceiver. I'm talking about... Set to record the victim's room at 8 p.m. for 1 hour was running the time of the murder. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio wave and transmit data. The spy camera was set on this right eye found in the victim's room. It's one of those three or this picture. Maybe even the figurine, but that's doubtful. What could it be? Is it? I think it might be the spy camera. He didn't check the video, or he never found the video, rather. Found inside the figurine, it tells on guards horrible misdeeds. I don't think it's that. But there's something really you should examine about this piece of evidence. Oh, but maybe he didn't examine. Maybe this is the route. Maybe he's going for the suicide note. Like, maybe this evidence is fake. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's a fake suicide note planted by Miss Andrews. That's what maybe, I think. It's either that or the video. There's something about you should really examine about this piece of evidence.
Take that!
That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means...
The handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Whoa.
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
But Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be...
Mr. Wright, you are saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the only one who tried to pin the murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note to put it in this bear? How dare you?
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
Action!
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only one who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person that the victim could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Mr. Matt Ungard. I did no such thing.
Objection!
Right. You're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake? Then show the court some evidence to support your theory.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
That is the defense, as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that we yet again have reached the point of verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate.
Handwriting 11 my butt. That lawyer's trying to buy more time.
Angardi is guilty.
Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we have reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty.
What is that sound?
Oh, Your Honor, yeah, he's guilty. Yeah, just put him away. All this time, yeah, he's guilty. Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What's with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way for me to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But The two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't have any more.
guilty, 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 guilty. Guilty, 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 guilty. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. White, I can't. For us to come this far and. Oh!
What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceeding. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Take that!
Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you gotta buy some more time.
Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time, I really can't do anything.
The court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of your honest time.
For what purpose?
You can perform the necessary test on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain a result in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better to adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. Be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right. Well, what's going on with my situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report! Oh, I wanted to listen to that.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time, just spit it out!
Right. It looks like we've missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind. By accident, he wants to get away.
A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence?
I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left. He left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? That's odd. Any item like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Don't die. No. Huh? Left by the murder, huh? Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe! Answer me!
No one can stop.
What happened? It sounded like he got in an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why? Why did you have to get into an accident now? Is there any way we can find out exactly where he is at the moment? Yes, Francesca. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where the detective is through this.
Huh? I don't have her thing. Through her?
Take that!
Why are you bringing up Francesca at this time? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francesca, will she even want to help us? Edworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing right now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say it. Defense Attorney Phoenix, Wright chooses death. Right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. The prosecution... Is Prosecutor Edworth here? Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. It said it was extremely urgent. They probably finished the handwriting analysis. I have to take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
To be continued, pal.
Well, Chad. we're in the final chapter. So if you guys, we're gonna take a break. Why Franny? Because Franny has a tracking device on Gumshoe. That's why. We discovered that in the previous chapter? Or at the beginning of this one. I hope you guys are doing well. We are gonna take a quick break. We're gonna finish in the conclusion of this final chapter. Turnabout thing. Majigger, the stuff. In Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, justice for all. Break time.
Also, guys, don't forget to retweet. You should totally retweet.
Hey, I see. Thank you for the host. And by the way, everyone, thank you to Hot Sammy Sliz, IC, Necro, and Sharia, and everybody else who hosted up the channel. I appreciate it. And also thank you to the following people that recently followed: online website player, Leiden Rye, and MCI1. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate it. I apologize again that I really hate not being able to interact with you guys very much while I'm playing the reading game. But I will only give the excuse that it's hard to read two things at the same time. And also that sometimes I just don't want to take out of the moment more than I already am by starting over my words. If you see me starting over the words, it's because I'm starting to read chat at the same time and it's confusing me. So that's what happens. RTV, thank you for the host as well. I appreciate it. I just made myself a little mini sandwich, so I'm gonna drink some water and we'll be back just one more minute and continue the final chapter. By the way, thank you to the following people that retweeted. Using that retweet links. Every single retweet hurts. Not hurts. Did I say hurts? Every single retweet is greatly appreciated. Especially if you have even one follower. It's all greatly retweeted. And it shows that you appreciate the stream as well. Hot Sammy Sliz, thank you. And then we got... who else have we got? We got a few people. We got M Shadows, Asheria, Quantum, Playbot, Dog Crash, Genocide. What else do we got? Tim, Mr. Calabazzle. Then we got some bot retweets from Twitch Auto and Quantum Playbot. Chaos Reeve. Thank you all for those retweets. It helps out a lot, more than you know. KCK, thank you for the retweet as well. Alright, let's go ahead and get into the final chapter. Blah, 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 blah.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you seem distraught, Mr. Edworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edward?
It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edward, if you please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order, Mr. Edworth. Would you care to explain what is going on? If this is not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
It would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matched that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida.
Mr. Corrida?
Well.
It looks like Miss Impax never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about an unguard.
However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Miss Angard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting on the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does seem very plausible.
This theory that Ungard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it.
The defense believes that the theory of the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Ungard to have known it was fake. It's impossible to have not known it was a fake. The camera?
Take that!
What is this item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, right, a camera. Hey, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motives for the murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard did not know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Order! Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
As you figured.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ngard's motives through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call the witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Android stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
The witness is the one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who is it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer the question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's...
Yes, go on. Who is the witness?
The man himself. Mr. Shelley the killer.
Oh, I mean, Mr. the Killer. Wait! Shelley the Killer! You mean the killer? I mean the assassin. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So, this must be what urgent phone call we got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my courtroom. First of all, we can't even be sure it's really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya!
Maya,
A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of the client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelly the killer. What is he going to say? There is something of a first date. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today. Today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp the concept before I give the name of my client.
The killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by his one belief.
You mean about his trust between his client and himself, then? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
there's no way to know what's coming next. So stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
There is something I must first state.
Hold it!
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us about your client?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the words first mean?
Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears that this one witness that you can't imagine, Mr. Wright.
Only because you don't know what happened about Maya's situation. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself.
Hold it!
A trust between you and your client?
To provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that's why you are testifying in this manner?
This is the first time one of my clients have ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Dakilla name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't you stab some... Couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes.
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly.
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason I'm here today in this witness stand.
Hold it!
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed roles.
Their rules?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No. I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. It is as you wish that I grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Hold it!
We understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things I must say before I do. Egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from the assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already.
Patience. Try to be calm. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and close to you, so you're going to have to work with him to get him to talk.
I'm not his therapist. You know.
Hi, thank you for the host. Appreciate it.
There is something I must first state.
Wait, you already stated everything. I don't really care to... Something I must first state to the assassin. Nothing is important to an assassin. There's nothing more important than the trust between the client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Okay. I grasp it. What do you want from me? I grasp it.
Hold it!
And we can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us about your client? And I think you understand. assassin is nothing more important than the trust between the client and himself. Would it be... Spy was found. Be objecting to the trust, maybe? Client himself. Real reason, stand witness stand today.
Hold it!
And trust between your client is provide service, administration is exchange is distributed my identity. The role and duties is carry this as I'm sorry, but what you said that your client had already broken the rules.
The person who framed another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned wrong.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think, really.
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. If you have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else, I believe we are ready.
Excellent.
And that is the reason I am here today. I am on the witness stand today. Now then, I do believe it's time to reveal the name of my client, don't you agree?
Hold it!
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's
name is... Adrian Andrews. What?
Objection!
Gosh dang it, so many voices.
What? Witness!
That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own clients, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What?
This can't be on the phone earlier. What's going on here?
My guess is Mr. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. De Killer told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps?
I knew it.
Objection!
This is outrageous. I have been deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You, Shelly the Killer, my testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help him proceed his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead proved the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitely of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his own client. Mr. the Killer, his client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Ungard is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Ungard is going to be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edward is right. The killer is lying. And Ungard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Surely the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It
wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie.
Adrian Andrews.
The suicide note may have been fake, but that man, Matt, he's the real reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was just a horrible, horrible lie.
Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, it's not true.
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume.
That's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts had a large part in your life. You wanted to follow her. You wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead.
No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them the real story. Tell them the real killers. Tell them. Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away
and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence. What am I supposed to do? Request to continue the trial or request the verdict. If we request the trial to continue, then we might fail and Maya might die. If we request a verdict, then that's it. We're done. We save Maya, but we also incarcerate the innocent. And Maya told us to not do that. I guess we'll choose request the trial to continue, request the verdict. Request the verdict, or request the trial to continue. I guess we should use this. Request this. Phoenix, request the trial to continue. I can't do it. I can't do it, Maya. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Ungard is the killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. That is because it is because of Edworth that I know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we allow to further question Mr. the Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly? Mr. Wright?
Right.
But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. And there's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk to you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else would you need from me?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What's he talking about? Usually done.
But, what shall we have him testify about?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures.
Is a wonder no one likes to go to court.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame for another crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is that the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is most unexpected turn of events. For the fifth time now. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I had a choice here.
Why? What's this? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in the one also beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes the two of us. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However,
What is it, Mr. Wright?
if I press him the wrong way, he might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time.
Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes. How much is your fee? I see you are also quite dark-hearted, a quite dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No, I was just thinking...
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright! You are here declared guilty!
Witness, please, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might do you for some good. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. Tequila. And their fate is to live with that knowledge and guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt.
My client did it to frame another for the crime.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their precious time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go out and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that's something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here.
While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene.
So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my service, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan your alibi too.
No, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services, ever.
Why does he keep looking like I'm the one on trial here?
Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead.
From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button.
So why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean, why?
Well, fiddling around with the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungod.
If that's the case, then why did the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that's not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind naturally. The business card is so my client may escape blame. To blame them is my duty. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in your plan to continue? You plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Tenny?
Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that it would be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is that I can't let this trial end yet. So what was the thing that Edward said was weird? Though for some reason I feel like pressing everything would be a good idea. Suspicious, witness, yeah, weird, dark-haired. Wait, what? Is this new? Oh wait, no.
You want to kill me?
Oops. We're like simply da-da. Yeah, da-da. Goes without saying. My client did it to frame another for the crime. But you're talking about the button knife, which is a business card. This card, trying to make that, identify a service. It's very devoted to his work. Even how I decided about it was student cannot overlook. It's really hard. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Here the most clients would do such a thing. That is correct. Most people create an alibi for themselves. If you use my service, you should use an alibi too. Adrian Andrew already knows from the beginning that Juan Correa was dead. From the very beginning, that is correct. This is complete, precise the situation at all times. I wonder if it's really true. That's odd. So what is odd? Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Correa was dead. He knew from the very beginning Juan Correa was dead? How would he know? How would she know? Found a card, receipt, 3000, spy camera. Taking the spy camera, the radio wave. It's a report of 1 hour. Placed by the victim at the time of the murder. Miss Andrews was carrying it. Picture taken in the hallway. Miss Andrews was carrying it. Strangled. Juan Correa, suicide note, shock and impact suicide. Ripped his costume, cover Correa's blood. Scene. I don't think there's any way of disproving that she already knew he was dead. Huh. Oh, no. I don't think there's any way of disproving that. It can be even more appalling is that the creation of planting the knife and button. Knife and button. The act is what I was referring to, said my clients had broken the rules.
Broken the rules. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? Expose the lies. I've already stated this quite a few times. Your gender is my client. However, how can I disprove that she is your client? How can I disprove that she is your Chibler? Thank you for the hosts. How can I disprove that she is your client? How can I disprove that she is your client? Get all those not guilties. But I want him to be guilty. Wrong account. Yeah, just a little bit. Wouchie. I'm dying, you can't handle how much work you have to do. No, Sanguine, why? Who wants fucking guilty? I like how straight Aya just says it. How do we prove that she is not your client? How do we prove she's not your client? How do we prove she's not your client? Did good progress so far? What do you have to do? Chibleroid confirmed the killer. What? Well, I don't think there's any way to prove that she's not. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the crime scene. That did happen. She did do that. The client did it to frame another for the crime. Yeah, she did do that. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. So you're saying she wasn't, but maybe, I don't know. Yeah, the wine glass would pretend, I guess. It's so complicated. Letting someone else play through. Get him! I'm trying. Jane Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. Can we prove that she didn't know? Or that she was unsure? Or no? Is there any way that we can prove? Eccentric Twitter DM and said, thanks. I'll read that as soon as I get a chance. Roses.
Dang, Roses, slide into my DMs like that. Wow.
I'll read it after. Agent Andrews already knew from the very beginning, spinning Juan Carita. It's just a pic of what I've done. Oh, I see. Let me see the picture then. As I saw like a paragraph. Hey, Nami. Good to see you. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh, it's your art project. Nice. How's it going, Nami? There's so many streamers in chat right now. So I'm just gonna spout all these people out real quick, because there's a ton of people I want you all to follow. First off, you should be following Chibler, not Chibler, Chibleroid. Then off, you should be following Nami Nom.
Then off, you should be following Sanguine Roses. Then off, you should be following Dancing Fighter, especially if you like your Phoenix Wright. Look at that emote she has. That's Phoenix with his surprised face. And then we have Hot Samuel Sliz. And I believe that's everybody that I can remember at this very moment. And that is currently in chat. You should follow all those people. They're all, and MCI, thank you for the hosts. Again, Chibler, thank you for the hosts. And I appreciate it very much. You're all very wonderful being here. I need to figure this out so I'm not stalling so much. I'm all excited to bring you justice. Okay, let's see. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That did happen. That act is what I was referring to when I said the client had broken the rules. Shout out for everybody. I'm gonna spam when we hit objection. You should. Everybody should say objection with a capital O and an exclamation point, and then a bunch of objection things will pop up over my head. Now I'll figure it out. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. I guess if we're looking at the way of evidence, if we're still to believe that the wine cup is still valid evidence, then that is evidence of her not knowing that he was dead. Okay, I think we're going to present that, chat. Everybody ready for your objections? Everybody ready for those objections? Because that's what I'm going with. Alright. I'll put it in chat first, and then you guys can follow along. So let's see the wine. That does... If we still believe that this means what it means, then this should be it. Objection! Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass.
Mr. the Killer, a supposed client, thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planted, they would have never left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edwards, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of your time to ask about such a minor detail?
It's not very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Kurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out that what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without evidence. I'm sorry?
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyways, I am positive that there is a contradiction in the testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the item the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request of my service on the night of the award ceremony. We met a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your clients, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's clients is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
This request came to me, about a week ago.
Hold it!
1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparation. And I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client is, this time, at a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time? It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill my conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions? Huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request... What did your client... So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your clients request that night? I'm sure it was for all the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside the figurine was the suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its content at the press conference after all. And that is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see.
Well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, well, Mr. Wright, is this testimony just now of any importance?
It's important, yeah. The testimony
The testimony just now made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine.
Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? Witness, please continue your testimony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
Hold it!
Do you so you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? That was a brief... What was the brief pause?
Witness, I would like you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? And that's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now of any importance?
It's very important. Sure, yeah, why not?
Of course. It was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met the client before the murder, then it's likely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here?
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, with the witness, please continue.
That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
Hold it!
So your client was Adrian Andrews?
That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with Mr. the Killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around.
You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere.
Talk about a delicate balance.
Something about him meeting her in person doesn't match up. We met at a certain bar to finalize everything.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course. It was that pause. Press further.
Witness, I would like you to give us more details. I always meet the clients before principal. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. Why is that? That's because I value the trust in the client and myself, and the only way to establish is speak the client and look face Mr. Wright. This testimony important? Not important? Why he met his client is not important. And that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my question.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you. I did. It was only through talking with him, face to face, that I began to trust him. And that's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
That's what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony now of importance?
It was very, very important.
If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client.
But as we now know, that is not how it turned out, correct?
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate?
And that is what occurred.
Objection, Your Honor. That is not a him.
So I'm gonna assume I just present the profile. Chat, you gonna object with me? I think I'm right. I hope I'm right. I'll object. And then you can object right afterwards. You ready, chat?
With conviction. Objection! I would like to go over this one more time. I've met Adrian Andrews and at a bar that took the request. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar that took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy?
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelley the Killer, you have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
But why do you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up about her.
What was it? What is the issue? What did you just say now? About her?
if I had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look at her, one look would have told me that she is a woman.
Order in the court. It's Wright. What is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their requests.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKillen's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Mr. Redworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it is to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Luckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What's going on? Shelley the Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
For those of you that don't notice, the what you call it, the little radio thing, it matches the killer's face. See the little monocle? See the little half? See the little stash, which is also a mouth? See the what is not a monocle, I'm assuming? It's all there. See it? See it? It matches his face.
Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just going to spit out some more lies.
Very well. But this time, please, give us the truth. Nothing but the truth.
Yes. Now, I remember I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida, and two or three other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took the job through a letter?
Didn't he mention anything about a letter in his earlier? He didn't mention anything about He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now, then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. But didn't you just say that you always met your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with the game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright, then just cough it up and confess!
Mr. Wright, you can't badger the witness in such a harsh word, with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Killer met with his client?
Do I have any proof that they met? Had to meet in person. Other than the money roll and the giving of the bear. It might be the bear, but I don't feel like it is. Because that's not pre... Or is it? No, it's not. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I do not have any proof.
I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature, Mr. of right and wrong. There have been a few times when I took a job without having met my client.
And why could you not meet certain clients?
Recently, I have been receiving more requests, and if I met with each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Yeah, nice business opportunities.
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in an insulated envelope?
I am very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is what is commonly referred as email.
Email?
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client and... The request was for the matter of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things.
2 or 3 other small things?
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad.
Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
Everything I have said from the beginning of has been nothing but beneficial to your client.
Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell a stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one...
Wait.
Oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright. I'll have to think. Is this worth pursuing?
I forgot what I was pursuing. But we need to know what the two other things are. We have to.
Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what the other jobs your client requested were.
If it is truly important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase.
And then? What did you do next?
I handed it to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds very important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. And one of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews.
I found this figurine in Mr. Engard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
Yes. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know.
So, the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here...
You cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence.
She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright?
If you gave it to him in person, or gave it to Adrian Andrews, wouldn't you have known whether it was a man or woman? But how would I present that? The picture? Do I even have a picture? I don't think I even have a picture that would show whether it was man or woman. Like, you would know if it were man or woman because you gave her the bear in person. How would you know who to give it to anyways? That would... Think it over. Let me think it over.
It's no use. As long as
As long as I can put my finger on the central problem here, pressing the witness anymore would be extremely dangerous.
It appears Mr. Wright has no problem. Well then, witness, please continue.
When I saw the name of the letter... Oh. Did we read everything already? I don't think we did. I'm pretty sure we didn't. One was to find the bear figurine. One of these was to find the bear figurine from... And when I saw the name of the end of the letter, I thought the client to be a man. But didn't you give the bear figurine to somebody? So you're saying you never saw... So you're saying you never saw the client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give the client the figurine.
Yes, I see.
But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. Oh, now you... Okay, fine.
A mask?
The nickel samurai mask. Oh. The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problem with this piece of testimony?
I don't know. There's a contradiction. I mean, she was wearing this samurai, but again, why would you just give it to anybody wearing that? You could have very well been giving it to Matt on guard. But how do I have... And I don't have anything to prove that. I don't have anything to prove that. You never seen her face. She was wearing the mask, supposedly, but why would you give it to... No. I think I can pull something out of what he said, but it would be real bad if I did something to make him mad. And made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with your with the testimony, Your Honor. There's a big problem, I just don't have any way of saying it.
We've pretty much reached the end of the... We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here.
Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me.
And that's exactly why it's so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's life. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that would put us in.
Oh, yeah. All I can do is pray that those items reach us in time. I remember. What's the new dialogue we got? This is the new dialogue. Why would the game give us a new dialogue and it not be it? One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. A wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Corrida and Andrews knows how to open it. And what do we get from that? Found inside the figurine to tell Ankara and guard his horrible misdeeds. Hey, Rakaron. No penalty for this. The penalty is Maya dying. Wood puzzle. One of these fine bear figurine. Give it to Adrian Andrews. The wooden puzzle with hollow inside for it is to open it. Now, why? Why? That has nothing to do with anything. Nothing. The bear. How does the bear disprove that he's giving the figurine to Adrian Andrews? Wait. So if you're giving this to Adrian Andrews, which you're essentially giving this note to Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews wanted to burn this. She wanted to destroy this, and yet if you say you gave it to her and she never burnt it, she never destroyed it, then you're lying, right? That has to be it. If we're to believe Adrian Andrews was going to destroy this evidence the moment she found it, she could have found it earlier. Like, what was the point in the killer taking it and then her searching for it as well? That doesn't make any sense. Alright, chat, I'm gonna object this. So you ready, chat? Ready, chat? I'm gonna place it in chat and then you go. Objection! Shelly the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item... I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it for her sake.
Even if even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hand, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order! So that's where you two are going.
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know about how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means?
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated to me you must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not.
That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please!
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter I must attend to.
No, please! That's not... Please wait!
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I will stay my hand. Otherwise...
What is that? Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edworth?
Yes, Your Honor?
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should. Edworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution...
What has come over everyone? Even you are.
The prosecution... rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. the Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews.
You're the stupidest judge ever.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
if I end the trial here right now, and your client, man on guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews would be charged with murder?
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear from the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand.
The item from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out.
I can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. And you have done enough evil and to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ungard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, given his own client up like this. Man, that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, when get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Or should I side with... Or should I side... Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life?
You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, the lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is not guilty. Or else Maya dies, right? Guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Guilty.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is...
Objection!
From Francesca von Karma.
What are you doing here?
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final piece? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
A filthy old coat, this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for this ugliness, but there is nothing else to wrap the items. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what's inside of that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside of the coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe any evidence presented. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Objection!
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edward. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are the items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor, the killer left these 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Question for more details, or more details are not needed. The pistol has nothing to do with this. That has to do with Von Karma. I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it.
Please present the next piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from Ungard's mansion. Question it. Because there was recording from 8 o'clock according to the evidence.
Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley, the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is the bellboy's uniform.
Is that the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel?
More questions. Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There are even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
And there is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what was that? There is a button missing from this uniform. The button is a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with a very interesting clue. And that is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. And sir, were we under normal circumstances, these items of Shelley, the killer's hideouts, would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
Hold on, actually, let me look up something. That might be a question. The gun. What about the gun? One of the items retrieved from the killer's hideout. Nothing else is known. Yeah. Can we look at the tape, please, Your Honor? I guess that wouldn't matter, though. Would it?
The question is not who did the killing.
It is Who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle, is there, in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. The 2. The first, make on guard wish that from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on guard himself wants to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way? Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his client above all else. I know both of these seem to be impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that's how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. And that truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There's no objection this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. But why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Objection!
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence.
I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, you want to show evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance. I'm gonna save for this one chance, Your Honor.
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead and save. Please show your evidence to who you think it is right. Who is the right person?
It's impossible to turn this situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya, while taking Ungard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to?
Can we show it to the killer, please? Or wait, John Doe? No, the killer. Can we show that my client, he wants to betray the killer because he has recording of him killing the killer?
Take that!
I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
I would like to show him the videotape.
Take that!
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right. It looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence?
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect the videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
But yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt and Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess.
There's only one reason why your client would secretly film a crime scene. They wanted to see Juan get his. They wanted to blackmail you. They didn't trust your skills. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this tape to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer?
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness.
Yes.
You told us one thing numerous times in your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity. I would follow that person to the end of the earth and exact my punishment.
I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we turn this case around. Mr. Wright.
Yes?
My contract with the client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the hell?
Maya, I thought I'd never see her again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial has come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Miss Von Karma, where with it at?
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Help me.
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is it all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. Plead guilty. Plead not guilty and get killed. Plead guilty and maybe you'll live. Plead guilty. You're gonna want to plead guilty. Man on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
My wonderful self guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
No! Guilty, 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 guilty.
As always,
it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out as much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is Matt on guard? Where? Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard?
I have left Ms. Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whipper-later right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, Witness?
Yes. I plan to make my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, That is of no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone in the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I finally had been saved.
Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there is still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You were great in there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived to your final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is...
Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right! Edgeworth! I have good news! Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really?
Perils!
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Oh, Missing Maya! Missing Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Oh, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks. Oh! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time, after all. I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him with all in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit on the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well as you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
But what foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so,
Objection!
no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
But what? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch at every inch. But we all will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes, and that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Miss Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. And that's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fools!
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear that wretched whimpering from you disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy to begin of being a Von Karma.
and neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Francesca threw something on the ground just now.
This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she used to keep track of Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Missing Maya! Missing Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you'd come through. I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. I know I would never... You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Oh, look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you made more real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on the bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
Alright, so how about we hit up the usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening, and this case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that I have to make up for it by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit the telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me. That ain't joking.
Yeah, I was more excited than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now here, looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all gonna get your pictures taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lana bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, let's all. That's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Wait, do I have... Yeah, I do. Thrown by away from Matt von Karma, it has a certain mysterious nostalgia to it. I was wondering if I actually got that.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective.
Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, wait, that's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I had 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one in the items in my coat pocket.
And there was a 4th item?
Oh, come on, y'all. It's over. By who, boy? I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never dumbler with you, huh?
You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days? Weren't you scared? Yeah, I was really scared. I felt so hopeless. So, to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had a rough guy. You had it rough, gal. So, where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see the picture, Maya. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important, anyway.
It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again.
What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up.
That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
No, that's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I've had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Well, I mean, if you really want to kiss him, you could, I guess. I mean, there's a bunch of pictures of you on the internet doing it anyway, so... I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What?
I'm gonna give him a heart. Not a heart. I'm gonna give him
A whipping. I'm gonna give him a whipping. That's right, a whipping.
Take that!
What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Miss Maya. Yes, Pearly? I think you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? No, Mr. Nick, I mean. But Pearly, you cut it out already. You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you needed to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh?
No, yeah. I'm kinda at the point where I can't buy instant noodles, pal. Hey, so I'm kinda already putting your bill on the name.
Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. This camera shop in the hotel, see? And I just bought myself this old beauty here. It better be anyhow for 3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since of your tab all and all. What?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Oh, y'all don't gotta hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on.
Go on. It's been a while since I've heard you say it. It's been busy. Well, been busy being a hostage and all.
All right then. If you say so.
Objection!
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide the letter, but I knew you'd find it. I feel really like I've been on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
I'm so happy that you made Mr. Nick. You have to be happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. I sort of want some reservation for you two, just in case.
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back in the force again. And Mr. Edwards had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard what he said, letting the one go is a bad society. I knew it, crashing headlong into is the way to live, pal.
Hi, Maggie Bride. I'm returning from uniform from today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. I'm beginning to smile and enjoy people to come to the restaurant, sir. I'm going to hope you stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Yes. If you see here, visit the patient. Yeah, the doctor Hardy. Oh, recently. Yes. You go, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, even if you late, what was would crack. Yes. It didn't matter for me. I got whipped though. Yes. Oh.
It's time to begin our quest to the circus domination, sweetie, and to let the world know that we're serious. We plan to make a fabulous debut in Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, do you think you can go to Zimbabwe with me? And you think that there's castle and cakes and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are talking bunnies, then they won't laugh at most jokes.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represents.
Then you got to whip back with the hallelujah course. Say something, will you? They're supposed to get off and get on with it.
What is this? Drat, it's an ordinary electric razor retarding in the station. I can't believe this. Really? How long did they plan to make this? And all my edgy poo, I need the hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling that they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was like I never knew this in the old days. Everyone was in the world about me. The Queen Wendy was no pain with yesterday's burden. Speaking of a burden, they're going to be back at the day where I was in the scooter. I don't know what you would think.
I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I remember a letter from Miss Von Karma. It said that after I get out of here, feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
It's become difficult here in Contrail. We'll have to take to would be a request of the services on the home page, and we'll be blessed with blah 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 blah.
I missed that completely.
Where are you going, Francesca?
How did you know I was here?
With this.
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices on his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because it was... I only planted it there because it was always... He was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
No, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I went off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. he put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore, and the case is over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be a Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francesca?
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubting about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. Then you have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for our personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
I haven't changed. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. And that was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
Do you know, I can't do that. I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? The day you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why you were standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francesca von Karma.
I am Francesca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk away in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so that you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so that I can give it to you
when at last we meet again.
And now for a preview of what's coming next time.
How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl. You shouldn't see her anymore.
Hey, it's none of your business.
I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, you're gonna be... See, man,
You're lying.
just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl.
Stop it.
Don't talk about her like that. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it.